Afternoon. I'd like to provide the board with an update of just some of the things that are happening within the district, and also what are we doing to move forward, and how are we preparing for distance learning, and also really focusing in on our next steps. So if I can get the next slide, please. So as you all recall, last week I presented the board with some information related to the distance learning and also some of the items from Senate bill. So there's been a lot happening with respect to updates that we've received on COVID. And so I want to provide the community with an opportunity to let the community know that there's various information that's coming to us from the LA County Department of Public Health. You know, they just released the guidelines that we are to follow for reopening. That was done on July 14th. Also, our board, the day after, approved the distance learning instructional model for the fall semester. And the California Department of Health released their guidelines on reopening on July 17th. And then we had the Governor Newsom's announcement on that same Friday that it was very possible and very likely that we were all going towards a distance learning model. So currently, the schools cannot reopen while the county is on a watch list. So the Los Angeles County Department of Public Health has a list of all of the different counties, as well as the state, that are on the watch list for COVID-19 cases. We are currently on that watch list. And so you may have heard through some of the media, the newspapers, or the news that there could be waivers. And that is true. There are waivers that could be attained if a county was to come off of a watch list, and also after having it be off the watch list for 14 days. So we would need to be in a scenario where there weren't any cases surging in our area for a waiver to be considered. Currently, in conversations that we've had in meetings with the LA County Department of Public Health, the health officer, that doesn't seem likely at this point because of the cases surging still. More than likely, we'll still be on the watch list for several weeks. And even after that, a district couldn't apply for a waiver for any of its programs until the 14 days actually show a decline in some of those cases. And in order to do that, it would require a letter from the superintendent, also endorsed by our board president, the unions, and parent groups. So in order to do a waiver for a school or even for a program to be offered for small group instruction, anything instructional, the waiver process needs to happen. We did get clarification as to our early childhood education programs. And, you know, the community well knows we do have the AMAR Early Child Care Center, and we do have childcare there for essential workers. Those are still permitted to operate. And so we got that clarification today because we were looking into, you know, the possibility of having to notify parents that we needed to do something different with the childcare. But we got that clarification today that under this order from the governor and the county, childcare centers could still operate. So that also would include any type of childcare that we would provide for essential workers. And that is the key in any childcare that are operating outside of the early childhood education licensing. That childcare would need to be for essential workers. So this is kind of what's happening right now within a period of a week. So there's been a lot of information coming, and I want to ensure that our board and the community knows that all of these documents we have been following, we have been researching them. They're all pretty much in alignment with respect to the health and safety. If you read some of the ones from LA County, they're right in alignment with what the California Department of Public Health released, as well as what the California Department of Education released in their guidelines, Stronger Together. So they're all pretty much in the same realm of best requirements. And I would say requirements because we actually were informed that we need to make sure that we are following the requirements, especially the ones that are put out from the LA County Department of Public Health, as that supersedes even some of the direction that we get from the California Public Health Department. We really have to rely on what's happening in our community based on the information we get from the county. So this is kind of in a nutshell what's been happening. So I want to make sure the community knows, in case you see it on the news or you see it in the media, that yes, schools can reopen. Well, there's a lot of conditions that must be in place. And one of those is that the county must not be on the watch list. So I want to make sure everybody has that information. So if I can get the next slide, please. So there's instructional minutes. So last week I talked about Senate Bill 98, which was approved by the legislature and signed by the governor and has since been codified in the educational code. There are some components of it I know that I've kind of have been following just our community, and some of the comments have been made that I believe it needs clarification as to what does daily live interaction mean. And so I took this language directly from the Ed Code, which was basically outlined in the Senate Bill 98, and which indicates the purpose of live interaction with certificated employees and peers is for the purpose of instruction. We want to make sure that students are getting that daily instruction. Also, whether it's a form of progress monitoring that our staff is checking in with students, that we want to make sure that, that they are maintaining that school connectedness. In the next part, it talks about that interaction being a dual approach. So there's ways to interact with students, whether it's through Zoom, through Google Meets, or whether they're using telephonic communication through some type of phone interaction that then is done with either the class or with the students. And we all know through telephone, it's very difficult to hold a conference unless you're doing it with Zoom, utilizing the telephone conference possibility. So we know that that could be done, but we've been providing training with respect to the Zoom. So that is the preferred platform. And we want to ensure that that is happening in our classroom. The daily live interaction, if it's not feasible for whatever reason, basically the Ed Code talks about that the governing board, which is our board members, shall develop with parent and stakeholder input an alternate plan for frequent live interactions. So what could that be that is comparable, that would still show that we are connecting with our students? And so that's a piece. I believe that there's a little bit more flexibility with respect to having an alternate way of connecting with students with the daily live interaction. But we strongly believe that the platforms that we have with the Zoom really ensures that our students are getting that daily live interaction. So we want to make sure that if there's anything that is done because it's not possible for whatever reason to Zoom with all of the students, that there is a way to reach a specific student within the class if the platform that we're using for whatever reason is not being possible. But we're working with our team to ensure that they have that access, to ensure that the Zoom is happening with it, whether it's in the format of the telephone conference option or whether it's in the format of utilizing the live through the Zoom video. And the last piece there, so I know there's been some questions about how are we going to be documenting. So the Senate bill talks about having weekly engagement records for every student. Through that process, we have to document for every student whether they are being engaged through synchronous methods, which are live, as I talked about the Zoom approach, or asynchronous. And asynchronous would be things such as a video recorded and uploaded to YouTube, which then goes into Zoom, and students can log into the Canvas classroom, look at the video, and if it's a lesson that the teacher recorded, or even if it's a lesson that's brought in through other means or through other sites, that needs to be documented, whether that student was participating in an asynchronous or synchronous manner. So later this evening, our board will consider an agenda item that requires the board to take action on the instructional minutes. And last week we presented some of those items to the board as to what those minutes and what the recommendation would be. And that basically will let our teams know and our schools know how we're going to be documenting every day. And so for just a review for TK through second, the minimum minutes for instruction is 3 hours. For third grade, it's about 3.83 hours, and fourth through 12th grade, it's 4 hours daily of what's considered the instructional day. And so that's the part that we need to document for a student. So for example, if a student is in synchronous instruction for an hour and they are in 4th grade, then that would mean the 3-hour part could be asynchronous, where they're completing asynchronous type of assignments. And so we talked about having equivalent assignments that would equate to any type of asynchronous type of instruction or time spent doing projects or collaborating with other peers as well, because that's also part of the asynchronous interaction if they're interacting with their peers to complete a project. So each student needs that type of interaction. So I just want to make sure that we really discuss this and ensure that the instructional minutes component is really understood, because I think this is an area that I know our parents have asked questions about with respect to time and how does that relate to a schedule. And so I want to go on to the next slide just to kind of capture in summary, where does this all go? And so the first one there, board approval on instructional minutes, the board's going to consider that item for action today. Provided we get approval on the minutes from the board, then that allows our schools to finalize schedules. And so our teams have already put together some sample schedules, and I know principals are working with their quads as well to ensure that schedules are in sync, that they're aligned, and that is the next step. And I know we've also had our general Zoom meetings that have already occurred in most of our schools, and also they're following up with the operation type meetings. And those are the type of meetings where the principal is informing the parents and the families as to how they're going to handle some of those items, such as first day, what happens on the first day, or how do I know what class my child is in? Also, the distribution of instructional and tech supplies. We've ordered about 3,000 hotspots to provide for our students who didn't have a hotspot, because that's part of also the Senate bill to ensure that each of our students have a reliable internet connection. And so schools will be pushing that information out, making sure parents and students understand what will be the model for distribution of the tech supplies and what would be the model for the distribution of the textbooks, because students still are required to have access to a textbook. Parent and teacher trainings, that's another area. So there's training that's happening for our parents and there's training that's happening for teachers. And I understand, I wasn't here back in March when the district went to an emergency remote learning, but I understand there was a lot of training that was started back then. And so there's a lot of work that's gone into that process to ensure our teachers are trained. And later, after this presentation, I'm going to ask Dr. Judy Fancher to go over a presentation that will capture all of the different trainings and everything that we're doing to prepare for distance learning. And so that's kind of the guide. The last step, obviously, our goal is to be open on August 5th to ensure that we're providing the best distance learning education for our students. And so with respect to training, there will be training that's offered not only by the schools for parents, but also by the district. And I just want to give a shout out to our Tech TOSAs. I had a Zoom meeting with them this week, and I've been pretty impressed as to all the work that they've been doing, supporting our teachers, helping the district get ready for distance learning. And they have a lot of resources. So if you don't follow them currently, you can follow them on Twitter at Tech TOSAs. They push out a lot of content and they push out a lot of training and information. They actually have a YouTube channel as well, where they have videos on how to access Canvas. And I've seen the videos myself. They're in English and Spanish. And I believe I saw some there in Mandarin as well. So we want to make sure that we're taking advantage of that. We actually have asked our staff to make sure that we are consolidating all the training and make sure that the training gets posted into our distance learning website that we have. So if you go to hlpschools.org, which is our main district page, you can click under the tab that says distance learning, and we will start putting all the trainings there. I asked my team to start centralizing the training to make it easier for our families and our teachers to find the most current up-to-date training, so that there is training that is offered and a teacher isn't able to make a certain training, or if a parent isn't able to make a certain training, they could see a menu of other trainings that are coming, as well as having links to asynchronous training. And so there is a lot of asynchronous training that we have on the YouTube channel through the Tech TOSAs that they have pushed out. So I welcome the public, our community, our parents, take a look at them They're very engaging with respect to going through a process on how to ensure that your child knows how to go on to a Canvas platform, which is our platform that we use in the district. So with that, I'm going to ask Dr. Judy Fancher to give us an update as to what we're doing to prepare for distance learning. So thank you, Board President, and I'll hand it over to Dr. Judy Fancher as we transition here on the PowerPoint.
Thank you, Dr. Jimenez. So we are launching distance learning and we're continuing a culture of achievement. This is a book that we read a few years ago. And I want to point out that all the students that you see on here are our actual students from last spring and over the summer. Next slide, please. So here's a great quote: technology will never replace great teachers, but technology in the hands of a great teacher is transformational. And we know that our teachers are up to the task, as are our administrators. Next slide, please. So what we're looking at here is our distance learning is that quick definition that it's student teacher in different places, daily live interaction. Dr. Jimenez has gone over this, and an emphasis that it is print and online material and that students are actively engaged with frequent check-in. Next slide, please. So one of our main focus and things we learned from spring is that we need equity, access, and engagement. And this actually, what it translates into is devices, that we have a learning management system such as Canvas, and that we have great pedagogy. Also, we are also working on our learning continuity and attendance plan that is required by the state in lieu of the LCAP. And that requires us to demonstrate how we are going to continue the learning for our students. And we are on track with that. Because of all of the work that has been going on since our first school closure, we are in a good position to share with the state and with the community how we will continue the learning. Next slide, please. So here's a timeline just of a review that we actually did submit a distance learning plan to the board on March 28th. And we talked about the importance of student connection, instructional material, access to digital devices, and professional learning. We started the digital device deployment. We had the survey out by the Friday of the first week of closure, and we have continued to support that since. And then of course, we had lots of support with weekly lessons that were posted on the district website that included EL and SPED. They were week-long lessons. They had links to their curriculum. We continue to support our most at-risk youth, and we also had ongoing distance learning professional development. Next slide, please. So just to let you know about our spring survey, our digital device deployment, we did the spring survey. Initially, we thought we were only closed for 3 weeks, and then when it continued on, we realized more people asked for more devices. So we've also spent the time between May and June doing reconciliation through Aries and Qualtrics, and then we sent out a fall survey to all the families that we had not heard from one way or another or did not check out a device. So we sent out nearly 8,000 surveys, and I believe we have about 3,000 responses so far, but the principals are working very hard to follow up with each and every family that we don't know the status of their device. Next slide, please. So one of the things that was evident when I looked around other districts that had a learning management system, that they were able to tell their students straight away, log into whatever that was, and they kept going. So we turned to Canvas, which is used by all the community colleges, by most Cal States and most UCs and many private institutions. So we've launched Canvas. I'm proud to say that we started with demo products in April and May. You can see the stakeholders there. We started our trainer of trainers, and yes, those are their own Bitmojis of themselves, stolen right off their Twitter feed. So we did trainer of trainers. We had administrators and representatives from HLPTA and of course our TOSAs. And then we're right in the middle of summer PD with all grade levels, with certificated staff, site, and district administrators. Next slide, please. And to remind you that we've spoken about this before, we're very proud of our summer school online distance learning. It was a pilot for us, which is why we were really focused on making sure that we did this. And again, a reminder of all the middle school students and high school students who successfully completed summer school. Grades and attendance mattered. And as I mentioned last time, we actually had a higher retention And we had more students accessing summer school than we had in the past because they were not, they could go to any of the high schools. And so it was really very successful, and the teachers were successful in their distance learning as well. Next slide. So here's some of the professional development we have. You can see this is actually one of the reminders of a Zoom webinar that was done on Tuesday, April 28th. So we did have ongoing, and you can see there all of the different PD we have. We realize we have to continue ongoing professional development. We have to support our teachers and our families. These are just some of the things that we have been working on since last closure and over the summer and ongoing. Next slide, please. So what is really key to us is family access. And luckily, actually it's not luck, it was with good planning that we had started way back in our transition to Aries with all of these different aspects, grades, gradebook, parent portals. We started the online enrollment in 2018-19. Had we not done that, we would not have all of the emails and the connections that we have with parents. We still have a few that we don't have, but most schools are at 90% and some 100% of their parents actually have valid email addresses, and that is something else that principals continue to work on. We will begin the parent education with the Canvas parent portal. What's wonderful is they have an app. They can be on their smartphone, they can be out shopping and look and see what it is that their students need to be engaged with. It has immersive readers so that it can translate into many different languages, not just Spanish and Mandarin, and it will read it out loud. It is a Google Translate, so there will be some errors, but that is available. So Kathy Mead and her group in Multilingual, they are busy with Thomas and Dr. Town and Dr. Cunningham to plan parent education classes, and we'll start rolling that out, and we'll have a series of synchronous and asynchronous, and we'll also have it as a topic in the monthly DAC and DLAC. What these platforms give to us, Aries and Canvas, is analytics for proactive connection to platforms. We will be able to know which students are logged in, which ones have not. Then sites can reach out to families and to students to see what's going on so we can help them get in, be sure that they are engaged. Next slide, please. So here's all the software that we have. I do want to note that the ones with the asterisks are things that are new just this year. So like I said, with our solid planning, we already had Aries in place. ClassLink is our single sign-on, so students don't have to remember a bunch of passwords. And in fact, now the TOSAs and NCS have it so that you sign into ClassLink, and then your automatic thing that first opens is Canvas, because that is going to be our only learning platform that the students will be going and accessing every day, as well as hopefully the parents. And so these are some of the things the teachers asked for. They asked for Respondus, and the district was able to support that. It's the testing security. Smart music, we actually had some wonderful input from our music instructors, both band and choir. So we did delete the item tonight, and we're going with actually a better, cheaper model for the next board meeting. And of course, just a reminder that we have Sora, and then the professional conferencing, that was an ask as well. And so we were able to provide for them Zoom Clever, which gives them breakout rooms, it gives them whiteboards, it gives them polls they can take and have a lot of kids on for extended period. And then Clever is the safe environment in our Google. So it's the classroom version of Zoom. So hopefully you will approve these tonight. That is the recommendation, so we can provide those for our teachers. And next slide, please. So we know we have to support the learning at home. The schools are busy working on their textbook distributions. There will be supplies for all students. They're ordering bags, and they're getting things like paper, pencil, crayons, various things that students will need, and those will be handed out TK through 12 and also our preschoolers. There, of course, are all of our online resources, and the other items listed there continue with the device deployment. But we want to support the learning at home and make sure that the students feel connected and that they have access to all the instructional materials they need. Next slide, please. One of the things that was really discussed in our HLP-L&T was the need for onboarding. And we were actually at a labor management conference where one of the keynote speakers talked about doing a deep check-in and supporting our students. So we do have a team working on onboarding Canvas modules to teach them the features and also to remind the students that grades and attendance count. So they're going through some deep check-ins, some social emotional learning while learning to use the tools. And those will be available for all the teachers to use. And then as Dr. Jimenez has already said, we will have live daily check-ins with teachers and peers. We will, engaging activities are being encouraged a la MPDL, and we will continue with that as well. The superintendent is checking in with ASB. Cynthia Cabello is going to move up to student LCAP advisory to meet the timelines with our learning continuity plan. And then we, of course, will have ongoing SEL Canvas common modules that people can use. Next slide, please. Oh, and that's it. Thank you very much. And that is one of our teachers, not a student, who was saying thank you to her students and her Zoom rules. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Dr. Fancher. And with that, Board President Duarte, that concludes the superintendent's update.
That is a really, really great job. You know, Dr. Jimenez and Dr. Judy Fancher, you have done a wonderful job to start the school on a distance learning. Thank you very much.
Right, moving on to 3, hearings, there are none. 4, communications, 4.01A, employee associations. We will start off with CSEA.
Thank you, everyone. Good evening, school board members, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, Cabinet, and guests. My name is Margaret Caldera, Chapter President of CSEA Hacienda La Puente, Chapter 115. I will share with you a message that was shared with all CSEA chapters across California. This message of encouragement was sent by CSEA Baldwin Park Chapter 28, Chapter President Ruby Alvarado. Ruby, just like other leaders in CSEA, have been working tirelessly to support all members and put safety measures in place for students, employees, and community. CSEA sends a message that we are here to work with you. We need school boards and administration to do what is in the best interest of all. Bring us together and lead us into the future where all lives matter. This is her message. To classified workers that never got to stay home like others, to stay safe at home. You were struggling to find childcare and ensure your own children were distance learning while working through a pandemic. To those who reluctantly reported back to work in April, May, and June, and now July. To the rest of you that are now back at work with doubts and fears to provide services to our students, staff, and community, we thank you. Remember, during a pandemic, you have been the infrastructure of your districts. You are brave, valued, appreciated, and respected. You bravely manage the front lines at your sites, and we are so proud of you. CSEA will continue to advocate for safety and equality. Hang in there. We got this. We are in this together. That is a very powerful message, and I hope that you take that to heart. CSEA would like to commend the CSEA carpenters, custodians, glazers, maintenance, and all other facility staff for working so hard under pressure to meet timelines to make sure schools were ready for students and employees. The craftsmanship by the CSEA carpenters is absolutely second to none. The space guards are beautifully made and definitely improves the old dreary workspace while adding that extra measure of safety. So thank you to all of those CSEA members. CSEA Hacienda La Puente Chapter 115 sends a huge shout out to all HLPTA members. You guys have taken on so much on your own time over these past few months and continue to do so to make sure the students are engaged and learning. You guys are awesome. Teachers received minimal basic training on Canvas. District has not provided the teachers the time that they need to prepare for student instruction, or they want teachers to do that on their own time. And also, absolutely no Canvas training has been provided for CSEA instructional support staff who work alongside with teachers to provide instruction and to support students. The top level administration should take lessons from you teachers of HLPTA. Stay strong. We support you and stand with you, and also with SEIU. We are stronger together. Yesterday, CSEA and SEIU met with Food Service Director Linda Scaletta and Director of Transportation and Interim Director of Facilities Raymond James to discuss and make recommendations on how students would be served meals during distance learning. I'm sorry to say that meeting was initially a disaster. We were told that we were limited to only ask questions on the agenda that they prepared. Both CSEA and SEIU spoke up and said, no, this is not what we were told the meeting was going to be about. This was to be a meeting collaborating together to set plans and recommendations in place. We had to continuously reinforce that in order to move the meeting along. I also asked questions regarding when employees would be needed to come back to prepare those meals to have them ready for distribution on Monday, August 5th to the students. I believe that conversation took about 45 minutes for me to finally get an answer. It was constantly a go around, never received an answer until SEIU grievance chair Joyce Garcia, who also happens to be a cafeteria manager 3, answered that question for me. That question should have been answered by the Director of Food Services. She's the one that's supposed to be leading food services. That shouldn't have to come from SEIU or from another cafeteria manager. That should be coming from the leadership of this district. So very, very disappointed in that. Finally, we were able to move forward, but like I said, you know, it was a struggle. And I hope moving forward that we work together, that all administration is transparent with any plans moving forward, because if they continue to be elusive, there's no purpose of having any meetings, you know, and then later saying, well, it's the unions. No, all unions are here. We've been here. We've been waiting for the leaders of this district to move forward. And still we're having some opposition to that. So Dr. Jimenez, we ask you to please move these forward, and school board, we need you to support Dr. Jimenez. Moving on to COVID safety. So this has been a priority of CSEA since before the closures and since the closures and during, and continue to be so, especially when all employees are to return back August 5th. CSEA has provided legal duties of employees letter to Jill Rojas of HR, as well as to Annie Bowie, who was interim superintendent at the time this letter was sent. Yet, Jill Rojas' statement remains that she is not obligated to do so. In that letter, we included in that letter is that the district should be reporting confirmed COVID to OSHA. That is also not being done. Jill stated again today that there is nothing stated that she is mandated or obligated to notify all employees or community. Well then, I guess that means that all employees are not important enough for the district to take extra measures of safety for all who are currently working or for those returning. And especially, thank goodness, students are not returning on August 5th. Because if Jill refuses to notify all right now, then she will also be putting and would have put those students at risk. Jill stated today that she will pursue discipline. Let me repeat that. Jill stated today that she will pursue discipline for employees who come to work ill. Isn't that outrageous? She will pursue discipline if they come to work ill, if they believe they may have COVID. Really? So, can we then pursue discipline for Jill Rojas of HR for placing employees at risk for COVID by refusing to notify all employees of confirmed cases or who have been placed at risk? Or continue to only place some at home to self-quarantine when others who are also have been exposed continue to work? Can we pursue discipline on Jill of HR? CSEA does not need to know who has been confirmed, but we do need more of just a generic letter so we can take measures of safety for ourselves and our families. Again, I ask, do we get to discipline Jill since she is pursuing discipline on other employees? Is this the district's direction? We, for one, we are not doctors. 2, COVID has similar symptoms as flu. 3, not everyone has symptoms. 4, we agree employees should be home if ill, but many employees do not have ill days. What is the district planning to do on that? 5, CSEA members, especially from the facilities, have been required to submit doctor's notes for all absences, even if it's only 1 day. Not all illnesses require a doctor's visit. That's the message the district has been sending out. 6, safety should be the priority, not discipline. 7, is Jill's statement regarding discipline the district's direction? I believe that all employees have a right to know what this is and what the district direction is. I had additional comments on some other board agenda items, but I replaced them. I'm not going to have anybody wait on me. So thank you very much. Everyone have a wonderful evening.
Next, we have Joyce Garcia with SEIU. All right, I don't see Joyce on. I don't see Laura Silva on. Is there anyone else from SCIU who is going to speak on behalf of Joyce or Laura? All right, seeing no one right now, we'll go ahead and move on to Billy with HLPTA.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Billy, go ahead.
All right. Good evening, Board President Anthony Duarte, board members, Superintendent Dr. Alfonso Jimenez, Cabinet, and those listening at home. I'm just first going to put out there in the open, right? These are stressful times. This is the board meeting before school officially resumes. So I'm just going to put that out there. My name is Billy Joe Wright, proud president of the Hacienda La Puente Teachers Association. Tonight, I dedicate every word of my speech to my members. These are your words. HLPTA members have been so patient under stressful circumstances, but the answers did not arrive by tonight, and games began to be played even more this week. So as promised, this speech is for you. As I promised HLPTA members, we see you and we feel your stress, your anxiety, your frustration, and so much more, because we love our kids and we love our jobs. Attention audience members that are out there, please beware of the fancy PowerPoints, and beware of the fancy PowerPoints that come with words that are used to make it look like things have been done. Always remember that in the end, facts and truth matter. I received many texts right now from my members during Dr. Fancher's presentation. I will sum them up by sharing one, quote, I can't. I just can't with all of this fake boasting. Counselors return Monday. Teachers return in 6 days. Why do we not have more definite answers? We want answers, not presentations with more generalities. Oprah Winfrey has a best-selling book called What I Know for Sure. In it, she states, to know where you are and need to go, one must ask themselves, what do I know for sure? Confirm what you know, then work to find answers to what you don't know. As some of my members return to work this Monday, and the rest a week later, I ask myself and you all, what do we know for sure? The truth is, unfortunately, not much, because district leaders have disregarded this board's intentions by not helping answer uncertainties. So we have answers where we can and should for sure. I was clear of where the board stood. So I don't know why the district leaders who the board directs couldn't follow through with them. So days from beginning our contract, here are some things that we don't know. Where and how do I report? Can I go on campus to retrieve resources I need to plan and work remotely or from campus? What programs and software can I be sure I will have access to? What programs or software will you require me to use? What training will you provide me? What will this training be and when will it happen? The first 2 days? Will that be enough? Will that happen only on some campuses and not all? Will this training be on platforms only, or how to do instruction in the virtual environment? Will this training be ongoing this semester so we can improve as we go? Will students and parents be receiving training? Who will be available to assist them? In the spring, that fell mostly on us teachers. What will happen around special education? Electives. Will there be training and support for those? Our Tech TOSAs have been amazing. but there are only 4 of them. Will you be hiring more? Our admins say they have not received any training on these platforms or being admins in the virtual environment. How will they be here to support me, our students, or our parents? There are so many questions that we should have been able to answer and provide certainty to. As president, I have updated members and this board at every meeting about the discussions we have been having. But I have been unable, and I am still unable, to provide any certainty until it is in writing and the district takes active steps towards them. So I had to put off meetings with my membership again this week, but I will hold 3 general membership meetings tomorrow. But let's be honest, what answers will I have for them? Right now, not many. Unless you change this and direct district leaders to stop obstructing. Otherwise, I will spend that time trying to help them facilitate their fears and their anxieties. Is this really the mindset that we want teachers, psychologists, counselors, speech language pathologists, nurses? Is this really the mindset we want them to begin the school year on? As professionals, I am proud and sad to say what my members have done over summer for free, unpaid. We sought out professional development outside the district. We have worked with our amazing Tectosas, probably to the point of taking advantage of them too much. We literally started reaching out in urgency with anxiety over social media, tagging the Tectosas. But you know what? These amazing people have not once denied us. They are amazing. But truth is, it should not be the responsibility of these 4 people only. We have created online groups to share resources. We gathered with one another and support each other. So many hours learning platforms we are not even sure we will have access to or be able to use. That, while district leaders still took off their Fridays. Some admins have been incredibly supportive, very encouraging, and inspiring. To those site administrators, I personally will reach out to as many of you as I can, and I just want to say thank you. But the reality is, other administrators have not communicated with their staffs at all. Let's be honest, everybody. You can guess which sites will soar and which sites will struggle. No wonder some administrators and district leaders have now recently turned, this is what's happening this week, turned to try to find ways to use our members as scapegoats rather than leading to fix the problems. Hacienda La Puente Teachers Association will not let that happen. Let me be clear. We will not let that happen. As the employer, you must provide proper training and support that is ongoing. As I mentioned, our members have been working through the summer unpaid because we want to provide all students the best education possible in the distance learning environment. Parents and community, please know that pretty much on our own, we are doing the best we can. We ask for your grace. We are doing the best we can, but know that we are at the mercy of what the district does. For example, what programs do they purchase? You heard Dr. Fancher tonight mention about the program for VAPA, for the music and the arts. That was brought by our members. It took forever to get that through and to get notice. And then tonight, we're finding out, you know what? It's going a different direction, something cheaper. I can tell you as president, I was never notified of that. So if anybody's been planning with that other software or anything else, I hope you're paying attention tonight, because Dr. Fancher said it with a smile, but if you're not here tonight, you don't know this. So what training will the district provide? What time do they provide for curriculum to be developed and retooled along the way? For the administrators that only know how to give directives, how much support will they be providing us as teachers? How much time will they take up from professionals who are tasked with actually doing the work with students? While training ourselves unpaid, we 19. Some of us have current members of our families in hospitals, on ventilators, while others have had members of our families pass away. Through this pain, we have still been working our hardest, unpaid, to be as prepared as we can. We have attended Zoom meetings unpaid with our administrators, professional development webinars, and more, while missing out on our family camping trips, while attending our own doctor appointments, even while trying to go whale watching with our kids, we are still in webinars and Zoom meetings. We have been working to develop core and social emotional curriculum unpaid. During normal times, educators usually have nightmares this time of year. Those of you who've been in education a while, you know what I'm talking about. No matter how many years we have been teaching, we just always feel like we may not be prepared enough or be able to meet the needs of all students. We have these nightmares as perfectionist professionals. You can only imagine how our sleepless nights and nightmares have been during this time of coronavirus. We have fears and concerns as professionals, and we, like many of you parents, have fears and concerns as parents ourselves. HLPTA appreciates the collaboration we share with CSEA and SEIU. We have watched your members help our district to continue operating, meeting the food needs of our students. The basic needs of our students is priority one. We often say that you cannot Maslow until you bloom. And bloom means meeting those basic needs. Dr. Jimenez, you even mentioned that in your last presentation at the last board meeting. But let us be very clear. We need our aides with us in the classrooms. Aides are invaluable to the work that we do servicing and meeting the needs of our students, and we need them trained on the software that'll be used. Board members, this speech tonight isn't about you not doing your role. And I want to be very clear, there is not one board member who I don't feel has been very intentional in your words. As president of HLPTA, I'm just at a loss of who then is next to get the directive. I understand, Dr. Jimenez, that you are new. And hey, I agree. You're picking up where other people left off. So I guess I end tonight with this question. On day 23, Dr. Jimenez, is this you now? If it's the board, can you give more clear direction? Otherwise, we're ending up in the same place with the same problems, and it's all based on the same people. Please, everyone, stay safe and stay well. Parents that are out there and students that are out there, please know that we love you, we miss you, and no matter what, we will work night and day to make sure that you have the education that you deserve. Thank you, and I still am, and so are my members, proud to be part of the best district that we believe is the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. Good night.
Thank you. Next, it looks like we do have Joyce Garcia with SEIU on, so let's get Joyce on.
Can you hear? Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Joyce. Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Joyce Garcia, SEIU Chief Steward. Good evening, President Duarte, board members, Superintendent Dr. Jimenez, Cabinet, and whoever else is listening, and to HLPTA and CSEA. First of all, what I would like to say is, I don't understand how other districts can have a plan and they start in the end of August and the beginning of September. Are we going to be the guinea pigs that they're going to look at and say, this is what we're not going to do, the wrong things? Because right now, it's so difficult to be transparent with our members when we jointly meet with our decision makers, and there still is not a plan in action or in place. Now we can address our members. We can't address our members' concerns or our employees because we don't have no answers for them. We We supervise them. They expect us to have answers. And to this day, we still don't have no answers. We have expressed time and time again to provide us with a plan, and we will provide them with input. Still, we have not received anything. We want to be a team player, but how can we be team players when we don't have anything to play with, to look at? Can't get our directors to provide us with any kind of plan in case to see what we have 7 days till school starts, 7 working days, and we still don't know what we're going to do. We will look to learn what kind of plan they have already inputted for the beginning of school. We need Miss Bowie, Miss Rojas to step up and to create a plan if there's not one already created, which there probably is. Okay, it's taken us over 2 hours yesterday just trying to get answers from the food service director, which still with nothing put in place. They've been here all summer. I've been here since March 16th when all of this started, and I feel that everybody should have some kind of plan since the beginning of summer school. What were they doing all summer if they weren't putting an A, B, C action together to see what we were going to do when school started? I feel that they need to now step up, do their work, what they get paid for, and have a plan in action, not today, not tomorrow, but yesterday. The lack of independent leadership has created an incredible amount of tension and anxiety. We find ourselves explaining our transparency to our own members when we are not able to provide any answers to their questions. The RISE committee has provided a form and try to resolve some concerns. However, with sometimes when we leave, we even have more questions that we haven't gotten answered. The consent deferral from management is to blame. Okay, nobody wants to be accountable for it. We need to find a decision tonight and put it in place. Like I said, we only have 7 days left. We need a high salary management to step up, provide us with all plans, all decisions. Billy Joel, HLPTA president, said it best. You are the decision developers and we are the influence. Thank you and have a good night.
All right, thank you, Joyce. 4.01B, audience members who filed requests to speak. Again, we have 10, and they're on different topics, so each speaker will get 3 minutes. First, we'll start off with Gilda Ochoa.
Hello, how are you?
Great, Gilda, go ahead and begin.
Okay, good. I'm Gilda Ochoa. I'm a La Puente resident and a member of Juntos Podemos. I say hello to the board members and the cabinet, and certainly welcome Dr. Jimenez. I will look forward with Juntos Podemos to have an opportunity to sit down and meet with you. There are a couple of points I wanted to raise at this point. The first one is to make clear that I stand in solidarity with the teachers. I too have been getting email messages, Facebook messages, and also even during the presentation today. Teachers are pouring their hearts and their soul and their unpaid time into preparing for the start of the school year, which is days away. Some have been contacting me with the concern they only received 3 hours of paid training to transition to a whole new program, a Canvas. I've been using Canvas at CGU, and it's not an easy program to learn, and certainly 3 hours is not sufficient. We know that teachers are dedicated and are committed and are going to do whatever they can, but to expect them to volunteer to create curriculum and so on during the so-called summer in the midst of a pandemic is exploitating. And we know that also that learning conditions are influenced by people's working conditions. And so as a district that really wants to value learning and teaching, we need to value our employees as well. This goes as well for the classified and the service workers who are the foundation of our schools and our school district. I want to make sure that they too are given the support economically and health-wise that they need to be able to carry out their work as well. Finally, you know, I can't end without saying a little bit about CVRA. It's been dragging on way too long, and we really should have been celebrating this historic victory, something that the community pushed and the district supported a couple of months ago. Unfortunately, with the legal issues the district has raised, this has caused a lot of money and time and a lot of division and actually mistrust, where I think it's time to repair that trust. We are still waiting to see what happens with the appeal that you all put forth against the judge's decision. I do want to say it's not too late to rescind the appeal. I know that it won't rectify the cost that the district has put into filing these suits, but maybe it'll help allow us to focus on the issues that really need to be focused on in this time. And it'll allow you to say that you all made a mistake, that you realize that you should not be going after the California Ed Code, after LACO, after the LA County Registrar, and you really should look out for the community's interests. So let's hope that we're done with this soon. And I extend my hand, hoping that you all will acknowledge that it needs to end and will rescind the appeal. We know, we've heard from all the union reps today that there are other more pressing issues in the midst of the pandemic that we need to be focusing on and putting our attention to. Thank you, and I hope you all do what's right for teachers, our community, certainly for staff workers, and for students as well.
Thank you. Next, we have Jay Logging.
Good evening, President Duarte, board members, Superintendent Jimenez, cabinet, and audience members. I'd like to extend a warm welcome to our new superintendent, Dr. Jimenez. My name is Jay Logging, and I will be starting my 14th year as the director of bands at Los Altos High School this fall. I commend the board for following through with board goal number 2 and thank them for their continued support of music students and teachers throughout the district in deciding to purchase online music education platforms, which will allow our teachers and students to be innovative as we redesign music education for the current challenging situation and move into future possibilities. I would also like to thank Dr. Fancher for her responsiveness to the needs communicated to her by our district music teachers. VAPA teachers have been collaborating for months within our district, our region, our state, and nationally to help us determine the best practices for delivering an online education in a distance learning environment to our students. We have spent innumerable hours attending webinars, reading studies on safety in the classroom, designing new curricula, writing new content, all in the interest of doing what's best for our students. With the district support of the online platform Smart Music, we will be able to implement these plans much more effectively for our students. I personally look forward to the challenge of creating online courses that are meaningful and engaging for all of my students. I am now much more sure that we will be able to help students effectively with this new platform. Finally, I would also like to thank my principal, Jeff Hess, for the terrific level of collaboration he brings to our site in making sure that both teachers and students are supported in these difficult times. Thank you for the opportunity to address you this evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Brendan Ireland.
Hello.
Hey, Brendan, we can hear you. Go ahead and begin.
Hey, so I wanted to ask a couple questions. First one would be, I still don't see how this division of the district is in line with California Voter Rights Act or California Voters Voting Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act, when it basically divides the area into 4 or 5 regions that are all heavily one ethnic minority, which is actually in contrast to CRA or California Voter Rights Act and the Voter Rights Act. The other question I had was to Mr. De La Torre. I wanted to find out why he actually did or opposed the Wedgeworth project. I mean, so it'll bring more money into the district. So I don't see how there's a problem there. And with the deteriorating or the decreased birth rate in the area, and with nothing or with no other school bringing in new students and families to the area from outside, or not giving anybody really a reason to move to Hacienda Heights other than maybe one or two schools, why not invest in those schools to bring more families in to bring more money into the district? I mean, if we follow the current course, we're going to have to close more schools. We're going to have to let more teachers go. It's just kind of a downward spiral without the Wedgeworth project. And that's what it feels like all these things, including the division of the district, are trying to do, is to basically stop the Wedgeworth project. So my question, I guess, is why would you vote against the Wedgeworth project? I just never understood why.
All right, thank you, Brendan.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Tracy Martinez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Tracy. Go ahead and begin.
Hi, my name is Tracy Martinez. I'm a parent and teacher at another school district. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today. Welcome, Dr. Jimenez. I have some concerns and I'll try to go through them as quickly as possible. Number one, I'm concerned that teachers have not had enough training before the start of school. To my understanding, they've only had 1 3-hour training in Canvas so far, which is a new platform taking the place of Blackboard. That's not enough. The teachers do not feel prepared and need more professional development in technology, ELA, math, and different strategies and resources on how to best support our students during distance learning. Teachers should have already started to receive mandatory paid training during these past few weeks to better prepare for the start of school. And it should be ongoing throughout the remainder of the distance learning. I heard Dr. Fancher say that all of these trainings had been happening. To my knowledge, that doesn't seem true at all. Number two, I believe there are only 4 tech TOSAs, but why is there no longer an ELA or math TOSA available, especially during distance learning time? The district needs more tech TOSAs, and they should be giving PD every week throughout the distance learning, to teachers to help support them and give them ideas on how to navigate technology and support student learning during this time. During the spring, teachers were not prepared at all, and the district did not give the teachers the training they needed to support them or their students. There was a lack of meaningful and rigorous learning for our students, and in my opinion, the district completely dropped the ball and should have been more proactive. 3, why is the district so technology behind? If the district and teachers were technology savvy and were providing a 21st century education, then the transition in spring to remote learning would have been a smoother transition, and parents and teachers would be less concerned with their children falling behind because they would have been receiving a rigorous education even when at home. The next thing, number 4, there needs to be transparency throughout the district as far as what the expectation is for all teachers in meeting students' needs and providing them with a rigorous, meaningful education. Principals need to be holding all teachers accountable and making sure that our students are receiving the best. Principals also need to be held accountable to be transparent with staff and families. Number 5, I'm very disappointed that the district has decided to spend money they don't have on the Wedgeworth project. Money should be going into the schools that we already have to improve them. All classrooms, which are not, should have been 21st century ready a long time ago. Where is all the money going? And finally, I've emailed the board many times since March 13th and have not heard a response. It wasn't until the 4th time when Mr. Duarte pawned me off on my school's principal, who also didn't have any answers for me. So that was useless. Moving forward, I also emailed Mr. Jimenez with some concerns, and I understand that he has entered into a district that was lacking leadership and needed a lot of help administration-wise. But honestly, it's only common courtesy for the board and superintendent to respond to parents and members of the community. How are we supposed to come together and support one another if we're always being ignored? Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Elke Tapia.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Go ahead.
I'm curious as to why the district chooses not to take accountability for what happened to me and for the mishandling of my situation from the onset. I was abused, bullied, harassed, and mobbed for months, and I almost committed suicide because of it. And I have not once received any kind of sincere or formal apology from the district or the staff involved, nor has the district mentioned anything related to this in a letter that I received from them. For me, this will not go away until the district takes some kind of accountability for the effect that this had on my mental health, my job, and my daughter's mental health and services. This treatment leads me to believe that the district views my life as unimportant and expendable, and views abuse, bullying, and harassment as okay for staff to engage in. The fact of the matter is that your employees caused me trauma, and that happened, period. It's a fact, and I've been diagnosed with such. The accused knew he was causing my mental health to decline because I told him that, and yet he proceeded to continue tormenting me anyway instead of changing his behavior. And his supervisors did absolutely nothing but make the situation worse for me. I cannot allow my daughter, other women, or victims of abuse to see this, to see the district's excuses, and to see this district accept it as legitimate and to accept it as an apology. I cannot allow that to stand. Clearly, the accused does not want to apologize, and when given the opportunity, he would not. I will not stay up late at night for an apology from a man who has no remorse over emotionally abusing women. Quoting US Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, after she was being accosted by a congressman, she stated, "Treating people with dignity and respect makes a decent man. When a decent man messes up, as we all are bound to do, he tries his best and does apologize. Not to save face, he apologizes genuinely to repair and acknowledge the harm done so that we can all move on. What I want to express is gratitude. I want to thank him for showing the world that you can be a powerful man and accost women. You can have daughters and accost women without remorse. You can be married and accost women. You can take photos and project an image to the world of being a family man and accost women without remorse and a sense of impunity. It happens every day in this country, and it has happened here in this district. Women should not be used as shields for poor behavior by men. When he treats any woman this way, what he's doing is giving permission for other men to treat other women the same, and this is not acceptable. How can you even wonder why I would be okay with this treatment by the district? All it is further abuse by the district towards me. I refuse to be disrespected anymore. I refuse to be treated as a piece of trash, and I refuse to be gaslit. I refuse to back down from someone that intentionally harmed me in this district. These are my boundaries that I now intend to uphold, and I'm not going to allow the district to push this under a rug and invalidate what was done to me. On another,
Alki,
I would just like to ask if...
Alki, that's your time.
Okay, thank you so much.
Next is Adriana Quinones.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead and begin.
Thank you. Good evening, HLP-USD Board of Education and Superintendent, Dr. Alfonso Jimenez. First of all, my name is Adriana Quinones, a resident of Hacienda Heights and community leader. Dr. Jimenez, our communities are ready to work with you, making our school district the best in Southern California. In order to do that, we need to unify our communities, have transparency and honest conversations with our communities. We urge you to set some time to meet with our leadership from HLP movement, who has over 1,000 members. It is composed of residents, parents, teachers, classified, and others. And also Juntos Podemos from La Puente and now Hacienda Heights and Belinda. Dr. Jimenez, it is also important that you have representation in community meetings with HHIA, that's Hacienda Heights Improvement Association. The monthly meetings have representatives from every elected office, but we are missing representation from Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. The webpage under our community needs much updating. Mr. Duarte, Mr. Chang, Mr. Wok, Mr. Medrano, and Mr. De La Torre, I'm completely disappointed in the decision to appeal the court decision regarding trustee area elections. All the funds allocated towards legal costs are substantial and could have been better spent in more important things that matter to our students, like programs, equipment, etc. Trustee Area 4 is well represented with Mr. Chang. It does not need a second representative. The area in Hacienda Heights where I reside falls under Trust Area 3, and many of us are upset. We want to vote for a representative that will be accountable to our community. I read a translated article in the newspaper stating that Mr. Wok was being discriminated. I was completely disgusted. This is not the case, and making these comments divides our communities. Mr. Wok needs to show leadership. The secretive meetings need to stop, and meetings need to be open to all residents he claims to represent. We need to have constructive communications between all groups. I'm also concerned with lack of communications with residents, parents, students who do not have access to technology or do not have the sufficient knowledge to use Zoom. How are you handling community outreach? There is no translation for those who do not speak English or have difficulties with the language. Dr. Jimenez, we sincerely want you to succeed and will do anything in our power to ensure that your time with the district is a complete success, that you truly make a difference. Sí se puede. Gracias.
Thank you. Next, we have Maria Oropesa Fujimoto.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Maria Oropesa Fujimoto. Welcome, Dr. Jimenez. I'm a resident of Hacienda Heights and a parent of 2 children in the district. I'm also a professor at Cal State LA in education. After listening to the district and school presentations on the opening of the school this fall and talking with teachers and parents, it is abundantly clear that these schools are not ready to open on August 5th. And I'll state my 3 primary reasons. So in spite of SB 98, there's no agreement between the teachers union and the district on basic items as to what hours will make up the school day for the children. Teachers are being asked to shoulder the unfair and unreasonable responsibility of deciding what hours they will be teaching and what that will look like in an online environment that many are now just becoming familiar with. This does not take into consideration parents' needs in terms of having multiple kids, having 2 children, and I don't have 2 desks for both children. I have devices, but not desks, not space. Second, there is a 3-hour training available to teachers to learn about Canvas, the learning management system, and that's fine. And that should not even be the minimum of what needs to occur for teachers to be adequately prepared to teach our children. Once a teacher learns the learning management system, it is only then they can begin to learn what they must learn pedagogically to be an effective teacher online. I've seen no evidence in this plan. Instead, to me, as an instructor who has been going to online trainings for the last 4 months, it feels like a disrespect of what teachers do, because it just limits their teaching to content delivery. Parents can go to Khan Academy and get that same content. Teachers facilitate learning. Teachers need to have time to develop an online pedagogy and be taught professionally. The other thing that teachers need, I think, training on is we're in a crisis. There's been no talk about compassion. There's been no talk about care. There's been no talk about how we teach in a crisis. Instead, it's been business as usual. My third point, I've talked with teachers who are pretty advanced in technology and who are saying they haven't had time to prepare their classes in this timeline. Imagine what it would be like for teachers who do not have much technology expertise. This seems like a recipe for problems. My understanding is that the school year starts on August 5th and teachers' contracts begins on August 3rd. The distance learning, the timeline that was presented to us does not reflect this ongoing timeline that began in March. That just seems to me like a falsehood. As a parent, we have not received any training on how to log on, how to troubleshoot, how to support learning of our kids. There's a link in terms of accessing devices, but that link no longer allows you to update your needs. So if I identified that I needed one device in May, I can't update it in July and say, oh, I need 2 devices now, because now I have 2 children going to school. I have a kindergartner and a 3rd grader.
Thank you, Maria. That's your time. Thank you. Next up is Shauna Adams.
Okay, I think I'm on. Did I do it right?
You did it right, Shauna.
Okay, speaking of tech challenged, President Duarte, school board members, Dr. Jimenez, members of the cabinet, virtual audience members, my name is Shauna Adam. I'm currently teaching TK at Los Molinos. This is my 23rd year with HLP USD. First of all, thank you board members for recognizing the need to put into place a time frame to return to school learning by January, I should say, in-school learning by January, instead of a month-to-month check-in. This is like that kid in the back seat asking over and over, are we there yet? Well, while we're on a long-distance trip with no end in sight, I am speaking tonight about us beginning school online. There is a sense of urgency we teachers are feeling. We have an innate feeling that arises in us right after July 4th that has us programmed to get things prepared for the coming year. But this year, we have never dealt with it in such a way before. Add to it the move to a new platform, Canvas, while simultaneously redesigning a new way to instruct online. I can say that for many teachers, we have been overwhelmed with anxiety as we have sought unpaid professional development through social media forums at all hours of the day and night. And we are discouraged as we listen to various presentations by our governor, the Secretary of Education, amongst other politicians and experts present pie-in-the-sky expectations to parents and the community about how great distance learning will be now in comparison to the crisis learning we just experienced. This past Sunday, I listened to Troy Flint of the California School Board Association address online distance learning and the governor's announcement. My ears perked up as our own esteemed school board member, Gino Kwok, is a board member of this organization. Mr. Flint said, quote, that the public should not be misled as distance learning isn't a substitute for classroom in-person learning, not up to standard universally that we see in-person learning, but distance learning is no excuse to slack, and that contrary, schools and the state as a whole needs to double their efforts to improve. Teachers are not slacking. We would like the entities who have made these measures to acknowledge that teachers, contrary to popular belief, are not paid while on school break or on summer break. In fact, this past month, we have been relying on each other to figure out Canvas. Yes, there has been offered a voluntary paid 3-hour training on this topic, but I would describe it as an introduction drive-by shotgun blast peppered with the instructor, continuing to repeat often that we would need more training on each point that he was introducing us to. We have 4 most excellent, awesome Tech-TOSAs to support 1,000 teachers in this new platform. They too are on unpaid summer break, but out of the kindness and that innate professional responsibility that us teachers share in spirit, they too are working with those who are tech challenged. Solution: hire more Tech-TOSAs to get us secure in the first 2 weeks upon opening back up so we can help our students and parents navigate this system. One more point. Also, we have been asked to But this year, we have never dealt with it in such a way before. Add to it the move to a new platform, Canvas, while simultaneously redesigning a new way to instruct online. I can say that for many teachers, we have been overwhelmed with anxiety as we have sought unpaid professional development through social media forums at all hours of the day and night. And we are discouraged as we listen to various presentations by our governor, the Secretary of Education, amongst other politicians and experts present pie in the sky expectations to parents and the community about how great distance learning will be now in comparison to the crisis learning we just experienced. This past Sunday, I listened to Troy Flint of the California School Board Association address online distance learning and the governor's announcement. My ears perked up as our own esteemed school board member, Gino Kwok, is a board member of this organization. Mr. Flint said, quote, that the public should not be misled as distance learning isn't a substitute for classroom in-person learning, not up to standard universally that we see in-person learning. But distance learning is no excuse to slack, and that contrary, schools and the state as a whole needs to double their efforts to improve. Teachers are not slacking. We would like the entities who have made these measures to acknowledge that teachers, contrary to popular belief, are not paid while on school break or on summer break.
Kids, everybody are looking to you, the board, superintendent, everyone here at the top level admin are looking for direction and leadership. And it is clear to see that there isn't none. And so again, it is very disheartening to hear the pleas from teachers, from fellow other district employees, because they're at a loss. Everyone's at a limbo at this point in time. And that shouldn't be happening, not 2 weeks before school's supposed to start. And I commend the teachers that have been doing an amazing job trying to get everything situated for our kids, and I will agree with the, with the union, the president of the Teachers Association, that they are not scapegoats. They go above and beyond. All of our employees here at this school district are going above and beyond. But we need leadership, we need direction. And that is coming from you, the board, all 5 of you who we voted for, and from the superintendent who's just newly here. And again, I know you just started, and I'm having a lot of faith, I'm putting a lot of faith in you. But please know that the communities are just as frustrated. And we need answers, and we need answers now. And, and again, we're looking at the fact that we're going into deficit with low enrollments coming in, and I'm looking at everything that we're promising to spend on different programs from the Wedgewood Project. And something that I did take a look and I wanted to bring up is that when I'm looking at the PO on 5.04,
Christine, that's time.
Thank you.
Next, we have Brenda Gray.
Okay, I did it. I'm unmuted now.
We got you, Brenda.
Oh yeah, I'm here. Okay, I teach at Los Molinos, first grade teacher. I want to ditto what Shauna said. Thank you, Billy Joe and Margaret. I love how you spoke for us. Thank you. I really liked what Giselle and Maria said about the emotion part of kids. We are the first responders. 250,000 kids, they are reported for child abuse. Teachers report child abuse on them. And where is that going? These children are in the hand of their abusers. And I just don't know. Nobody's talking about their emotional state and physically. Who's going to help these kids? And I'm very worried about them. And the families that have to work, some of these kids are going to be left alone. And I don't think we haven't even talked about that. And that's why I teach. I've seen so many in my career, so much sadness. I've seen child abuse, domestic abuse. I've seen deaths, and I'm there to help them. And I feel like I'm not there. I need to see them physically. And we have to find a way to reach out to these families. And I don't know how to do that. And I'm sure Cynthia will figure a way out. But I haven't heard from anybody at all about that. And that kind of makes me sad. I just want to piggyback off Shauna about being trained. I am totally technology challenged, no doubt. I will learn it. It takes me longer, but I'm much better with kids hands-on and everything. So we didn't get any trainings. We got 1 3-hour training, like she said, and that was it. I left there saying, oh my gosh, what am I getting myself into? We as Los Molinos have a little chat box. We help each other out, but we're still lost. I'm totally lost. Thank God I have a great team, but I've given up my summer. I mean, I should be up in Lake Arrowhead with my mom who has cancer. And I'm so stressed about this starting school August 5th. So I've been on YouTube, I've been on everything doing this. I am not prepared for distance learning. So I would just like to be prepared more for more trainings. And I know Judy said more trainings. Are they paid trainings or is it more free time of mine? Because I think I've given up my summer to learn all these things. So I just want you guys to think about that and address that. And I did have more to say, but I think that's it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. All right, those are all the people who submitted requests to speak in time. 5 consent items. 5.00 consent items action block covers all of the items listed in consent items category. Do I have a motion?
Block moves.
I would like to pull an item aside.
Do you also want to make the second for consent items?
Yes.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Kwok, a second by Mr. Delatorre. Okay, which items would you like pulled?
I would like to pull 5.05H.
5.05H.
Correct.
Anything else?
I like to pull 5.04C and 5.050.
5.04C and 5.050.
Yes.
All right, anything else? All right, seeing none, roll call.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. Zhang?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 5.04C. Approve Head Start CARES Act COVID-19 one-time funding and authorize the superintendent or designee to sign necessary documents for the Head Start program for the 2020-2021 school year for an amount of $289,128. Do you have a motion?
I make a motion.
Motion by Dr. Chang. Do I have a second?
A second.
Second.
I think I heard Mrs. Delatorre second that. All right, roll call vote. Oh, no, sorry. No, yeah, sorry, discussion. Sorry, Dr. Chang, go ahead.
Okay, in here is about this funding. My only question is this funding enough to cover the current COVID-19 situation?
Andrew, can you please address that question? Thank you.
Yeah, this is actually Head Start has been receiving quite a bit of additional funding. I believe this is the second one that has come to the board. And they will also be starting in distance learning. Whether it is enough to cover all the expenses, we won't know until we have gotten through this, but it is certainly a good start to help support our students and our staff.
So we do have some contingency plan to prepare just in case we don't have enough money, right?
I will have to defer to Annie on that, but yes, we have, we always stay within our budgets, but we do what we need to do to support our students. But this is actually, again, like I said, above and beyond funding that Head Start was not anticipating this year.
So then that make me worry, if we don't anticipate that to happen. And
Dr. Chang.
Yes.
Annie would like to answer your question.
Yes, please. Thank you so much, Annie.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. Thank you, Mr. Board President. So yes, so absolutely, during this time that the district will need to have a contingency plan. In the case that the current COVID compared with the funding that we cannot pay for everything. So I just want to share with the board that the district we are review the budget accordingly. I myself that take a look of every expenditure just to ensure that they are good to go. In addition to that, I met with pretty much the director of child development, Teresa, to ensure that her plan is there. So at this time, Dr. Chang, I do not anticipate any issue or concern in terms of this program. So I would like to ensure the board that if there is any problem or concern, I will make sure that I bring it forward.
Thank you so much. This is the answer I'd like to hear. I'm a vote for it.
Right. Any other discussion? Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Yes.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 5.05H. Approve extension of agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and PlaceWorks to provide additional environmental consulting and analysis for the Wedgeworth project for the 2020-2021 fiscal year for an amount not to exceed $128,339. Do you have a motion?
Kwok moves.
Okay.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
I second it.
Dr. Chang seconds. Discussion.
Yes, I had a question in regards to environmental consulting and analysis of the project. I wanted to know, what does it include? Does it include also, air quality, or is it just soil sampling?
This is
So, Mr. De La Torre, I would have Joe, Mr. Duarte, Director of Purchasing, now temporary working on the project to move up to the, I don't know, we don't have the podium, but to answer the very detailed question for you. Joe, are you ready?
Nancy, can we move up Joel?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
We can.
Okay, thank you. Yes, PlaceWorks, just to kind of give you or recap on a little background, PlaceWorks has been the company that we've been working with for the last, I'm going to guess, year and a half or so. They're the agency that assisted the district with putting the draft EIR together, which went out, I believe it was December or January. I'm sorry. I was kind of brought in after the fact on this project. But anyways, after the draft EIR went out and we received community feedback and additional concerns, we consulted with PlaceWorks, and it was decided for them to look deeper into that draft EIR, and that's what this is for. So to answer your question, Mr. De La Torre, with respect to this additional work, they're going to be looking at, when we say the environmental factors, it's more of the environmental factors in terms of what's being done with the ball fields and how how the communities affected with regard to the ball fields.
It has nothing to do with moving the soil, removing soil, noise pollution, air quality?
Those factors were already looked at.
Okay.
So, I'm sorry, go on.
I'm sorry, do we have the final EIR on it?
No,
or just a
no,
working?
that's what they were working on. So we went out with the original draft EIR. We received community input with regard to that draft EIR. Now, because of the input that we, and some of the, or the input that we received as part of that draft EIR, the district is going to recirculate the draft EIR and give responses to what we have received. And those responses are in regards to the ball fields.
Only the ball fields, not the actual school site?
Well, the recreation aspect.
But they will be working also at where the current school site is.
Yes,
correct?
there's two different aspects that we're looking at. The feasibility of keeping the ball fields at Wedgeworth and the possibility of moving them to Quist and Manzanita.
Okay.
So those are the two aspects that we are going to be investigating more thoroughly as a result of the community input that we received before.
Okay, and as for Quist, I mean, I know it's a separate item, I guess it would have to be, but they would have to check also for the ball fields, make sure that this is done correctly.
That is correct. So this, as part of this recirculation, they're going to look at the effect of putting those ball fields at Quist. So the traffic and the lighting and some of those other factors as it affects that area of the community.
Okay, but as of now, I guess, I don't know if I should ask the president, we're not voting on the actual site. We're going to be moving the Little League as of now, right? I mean, I want to know where they stand. I know right now because of COVID and all that, kind of plans have been put on hold. But has there been plans already made with Quist to accommodate if we do go on that route for Little League? I don't know if you can answer that, Mr. President Duarte.
We can't. That's not an agendized item. So
Okay.
we're just talking about whether or not to continue PlaceWorks for the Wedgeworth project.
Okay, because I know that there was a discussion in regards to the fields, so that's why I'm okay.
So, Mr. Delatorre, if you allow me, so this PlaceWorks is just going to be doing the study of potential impact if we were to move the fields there. So we have the full story, if you will.
Okay, I see.
Well, so I have a question then.
Yes.
Why isn't that included in the agenda item? Because right now it just says Wedgeworth project. It doesn't say anything about potential fields.
It's the, I'm sorry, ask the question again.
So the agenda item says, and I'll repeat it, approve extension of agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and PlaceWorks to provide additional environmental consulting and analysis for the Wedgeworth project. It doesn't mention anything about Quist or Manzanita Park or potential baseball fields.
Well, as part of the potential of building the Wedgeworth, the effect of moving those fields, this study is looking at the effect of moving those fields in order to go forth with the Wedgeworth project.
So the fields is part of the Wedgeworth project then, that's what you're saying?
That's correct. All aspects of the Wedgeworth. So as part of the Wedgeworth project, when we did the draft, when the draft EIR was done, there was a potential effect on recreation. So in looking as the result of the community meetings, one of the possible solutions was to look for an alternate site for those ball fields in order to go through with Wedgeworth. Does that make sense?
It does. So
this is just kind of an extension. So if we are to move those fields, how is the community affected?
So I just want to make sure, because then if that's the case, I want to answer Mr. Del Torre's question. So Annie, is that the case? This also includes quiz? I thought this was only for Wedgeworth.
This is for the impact of the Wedgeworth project. So in the comment that they asked him to look into the impact. So yes, so this is related to the Wedgeworth project, to looking into that. So that's what is the approval is for. So this is mainly because of the Wedgeworth project.
So we would use PlaceWorks for any work we did at Quiz as well.
We would use PlaceWorks for the impact of the Wedgeworth project, to looking into that, but we are not using them for the build of Quiz.
We're not using them for the build of Quiz.
That is correct.
So that's where I'm confused.
So
I think that's where Mrs. Del Torre is confused too.
Let me try explaining it this way. So as part of creating the EIR, we have to do a thorough job to mitigate all possible scenarios. One of the scenarios that was brought up as part of the Wedgeworth project is to move those ball fields.
Mm-hmm.
So if that were to happen, we have to have that environmental study done. So that is what PlaceWorks is doing as part of this agenda item.
So Mr. Del Torre, I'll let you ask your question again, and then I'll let Joel decide if it's part of this agenda item.
I guess my question is, if we are to move our little league from currently where it's at, Wedgeworth area, into Quiz or Manzanita Park, I want to make sure that they have a place, when you remove something, that there's something already in place. So I guess my question is in regards to PlaceWorks. Would they also be looking at traffic? Because I know it was something that was mentioned with the public.
So
also with that, and with traffic, like I said, it comes air quality, noise pollution, just we want to make sure we're okay with LA County too, because they're also going to be, let's say, if they are investing in Quiz Manzanita Park area.
Yeah,
I will answer that question.
Yes.
Go ahead, Annie. Annie, go ahead.
So when we continue to looking into Quiz, and when we move, if we would move and completing Quiz project, we will looking into that issue separately. If it makes sense to you, because this is two separate projects. So yes, so to answer to your question, Mr. De La Torre, that if we would do Quiz and when we complete Quiz, if there is any impact in terms of Quiz, that will be addressed separately.
Mr. Del Torre?
I just want to make sure we're okay with the California Environmental Quality Act, that we're following everything that we need to do. So
absolutely,
including traffic at Wedgeworth. I know it hasn't been mentioned, but obviously if we do open a K-8 school, it comes with more traffic into that area. So I just want to make sure everything is in place before we continue putting in money and more money, into this.
That is all addressed as part of the EIR.
Okay, but well, I guess my understanding is, why is it that the construction was approved, previous, without a final EIR? That's what I want to know. If there were still things, we approved it, saying we as a board, but it was approved, but still there were other things that needed to be in place before we could continue going further. Can anybody answer that? I don't know. It's kind of buying, like, before you buy the horse, you buy the saddle. It just doesn't make sense. You want to make sure everything's in place before we continue.
So Annie, because you've been on the project a little bit longer than Joel, can you answer that question, or do we need to get back to Mr. Del Torre?
So, Ms. De La Torre, that, so the EIR for Westwood have been up for review. So after the review, they have a few other concerns that we need to looking at that. So it doesn't mean that we haven't do the EIR. It have been done. So we just have a couple more items that we need to look into.
But it was still into, like when you're still investigating, it's not closed. It's not a done deal. That's what I'm trying to find out. So let's say they go back and they say, well, no, there's still things that needed to be put in place. So now we're gonna backpedal. It's kind of hard.
Annie, correct me if I'm wrong, though. A lot of times, and I know we're seeing this in some of the projects, not necessarily in our district, but that we're involved in, is EIRs can take a long time. So that's why you have to begin them early on and then see how we can rectify any questions that come up in the EIR. Right, Annie? Because I know that's again, it's not our issue, but Lennar's having some issues with potentially how they're doing the EIR. Fix some of that stuff as well, right?
That is correct.
So if there are traffic issues or quality issues, any issues that come up from the final EIR, I mean, we have to address that as a school district.
Right, and we have been addressed this during the whole process. So this is just a final review. It's just a final step before we moving forward to make sure that we cover the entire concern from the committee. It doesn't mean that we haven't done it before. We did, and we have the draft final. But however, in there, that there's one more piece that we want to look into, that is the impact if we move in order to move the Westwood project, continue to move it up. So this is the final step before we moving forward. And yes, this one will be address all of the concern before the final EIR to be issued.
Has this ever happened with our district where we move forward without the EIR that you can think of?
Yes, there was the field when we built the track and field for, I believe that for Los Altos High School. Yes, the board have approved the project to move forward. The board approved the funding and the design. However, during the time that there is a few final concern that it need to look into that. And yes, we did. That has happened before. And there are a couple more projects in the past. If I recall that when I first came here, that there are a couple of the big projects, for example, at the same time when we do La Punta, like La Punta track and field before that, it was a little bit before my time, but I do remember that there are some other concerns that we need to look into. As you go, as you move forward, you never know what you're going to get into. So yes, sometimes the two process need to be completed concurrently.
Want to make sure we're doing everything that we're supposed to do.
And Mr. De La Torre, and that's the reason we're looking into this. We do anything we need to do to complete the EIR and to address all of the concerns from the community.
So the voting could have been done like we did without an EIR. Is that correct?
No, we can move the both project. So at the same time when we are planning for the project, because the planning takes a long time. So you can continue to working on everything concurrent at the same time.
Concurrent, okay.
Because the planning is not going to be a week or 2 weeks or a month or a few months. It's a long process for the planning. For example, like I shared with the board before that, even to look into the financial, that is going to be take a long time, to get it done. So yes, sometimes in order to expedite the timing, that you need to working on everything concurrently.
Okay.
All right. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, we'll have a roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Abstain?
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Zhang,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motions carries 4 ayes and 1 abstention. All right, moving on to 5.050. approve agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Zoom to provide a cloud-based video conferencing service from July 24, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 for an amount not to exceed $18,000. Do you have a motion?
I make a motion.
Motion by Dr. Chang. Do I have a second? I will go ahead and second. Discussion.
Okay. Like last time I have some questions about this Zoom program. Is this Zoom program will be embedded in the Canvas? I understand right now in all the community college and Cal State, they have this Zoom program embedded in this Canvas. And for the simple reason is the state will auditing this distance learning, and they can use this Canvas program to track the hours of using the Zoom and the students' attendance, and also keep track of the communication times between teachers and students. Do we have that ability?
Dr. Fancher, can you please address the question?
Yes, is the answer. Yes, Zoom will be available through Canvas, as will, I believe, so far all of our learning platforms that we have will also be available. They're connected. It's Canvas is kind of, it connects to all of our other things. But to answer your question about Zoom specifically, yes. And also through Canvas, we can monitor and track with analytics, time spent on screen, engaged in the various activities, and who's logged in, how frequently, whether it's parents, students, or staff.
Okay, I have one more question. Then I let Jeffrey to ask the question. How is that? Excuse me, Jeffrey. Okay, last time I asked a question. During the Zoom meeting time, the class time, will the administrators have the ability to monitor the whole school, those class meeting?
Generally, I'm anticipating that they will be invited, but you ask a very good question. I think your question is, do they have administrative rights to pop in on Zoom? And that is something that I would need to research and get back to you. I'm not sure if they have that ability without being invited, but we can certainly research that, and we will let you know.
Just make it right now, okay? And I can see your picture and everybody's picture. So assume each picture is a classroom.
Mm-hmm.
Then the administrator can see what's happening in each classroom. Can we do that?
That would be wonderful if we can, and we will. I'm sure that Thomas is listening right now, and he will have an answer for us soon. It would be great. Oh wait, somebody's telling me yes, we can. Yes. I'm getting like 1,000 text messages. Yes, we have that ability.
Great.
Sorry for looking at my phone, but my lifeline
you
just
answer my question. Jeffrey, your turn.
Yes, and it's coordinated, I guess, with Dr. Chang, and it has to do with safety. And I want to make sure that our staff are trained, because sometimes if they use the same ID number or password for numerous times, then it's easier for the students to log in because they already know about it. But also somebody, an adult or somebody that we don't know that have access to it, can actually log into those classrooms. And my concern is safety, because I want to make sure that our staff, administrators, and teachers have the knowledge on how to block certain people. If it's something being said in the chat that is not appropriate, that they'll be able to take that person out. And like I said, safety is our #1 priority, and it's very difficult when it comes down to Zoom. And I know working with LA Unified School District, we had that issue where sometimes we would log in, see the classroom, and then we see an adult viewing the class, and we don't want that. We don't want that. It's for the students only, and for their safety. So I want to make sure that the training is also, I know it's just, I believe this is just for the licensing, no more than $18,000. But with that comes also training. I want to make sure that all of our staff, everybody that will be using the Zoom, which is great, by the way, it came handy. But we can also see that if somebody gets a hold, like I said, of the ID number and the code, they can actually log in and they can put anybody else's name. I could put, Anthony Duarte or Dr. Chang, and I'll just cover my screen, and you may think, oh, is it that person? In reality, it may not be. So safety and training is I think it will go hand in hand. So I hope when this happens, we do have that in place before we begin the school year.
Yes, agreed with you. And that is why we've also gone with their Clever solution, because it is it is rostered to our students, and it is safer because it's inside of our cloud, our domain. And so it is a safer environment than when we're just using it as, adults sort of out on the big Zoom cloud. But you're absolutely right. We need to have continued PD, and they do need to, all those tools that someone should be able to break in. But we did this specifically so that it is within our safer and secure environment. Is it foolproof? Then they need to know how to, if someone does still break in, how to bump them out, get them in a waiting room, and not to allow certain things like changing your name or, on your screen. So yes, we will continue, and all my people have heard your concerns, Mr. De La Torre and Mr. Chang, and I know the board shares them, and we agree that safety is important for everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Fancher, I just want to add this. I have been in a number of Zoom meetings and Zoom hearings and Zoom mediations and so forth. And the technology has changed because you had these Zoom bombings, right? They come in, they invade. And the last thing we need to do is to subject our teachers and students to something like that. The one thing about Zoom that I have come across, just because I had to deal with this, is that they're constantly updating their program. So as long as we're there and we're getting the updates and we're on top of it, then we should be fine. But we must be ever vigilant in order to protect our kids and teachers and employees that are involved. Thank you.
Dr. Patrick, I had a question. Is Zoom compatible with ClassLink?
It's all actually, ClassLink is your, that's your grand key to the whole thing. So as soon as you log into ClassLink, Canvas will automatically open up, and because that's our single sign-on. And so the kids don't have to sign in a second time to Canvas, and then it will take them to the Canvas platform. Within the teachers can then connect all these different things. So you're teaching a lesson, I want to use Dreambox, I drop in the link. I want to use Zoom, I drop in the link. And so everything is right there seamlessly, because in essence, they're building a web page that is their, lessons for the day. So yes.
You can place a link in there where you can only click on the link.
Right, you click on the link and then it takes you straight to there, no other logins or anything.
That'll be helpful for keeping people out, because I know the city of Diamond Bar had a couple of Zoom hacks on their city council meetings, and they decided not to use it anymore because of that.
Yeah, and Clever though, again, is safe, is safer.
Yeah. Right. Good to hear. Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll have roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Yes.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 6 policy items, 6.01, first readings. 6.01A, first reading of revised board policy 5113, absences and excuses. Any questions? Seeing none. 601B, first reading of revised board policy 5141.3, health examinations. Any discussions?
I have a question on that. So I see that, thank you, President Duarte. So I see that the requirement is that there has to be medical clearance documentation. And is there a definition of what would constitute proper and legally effective documentation of that type?
I am going to ask Nancy to bring Cynthia Cabello to be a participant to answer your question.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good. This is the first time I'm on. Hello, everybody. Yes, Mr. Kwok, we do have what we call a medical exemption. In the past, we were allowed to have a personal belief exception that parents could submit. That is no longer available to our students and our families. And so an MD would have to say this particular student is unable to take or have immunizations, say, for example, they are immune compromised, or if they have some medical condition that won't allow them to have that. So it's a lot more difficult now to get that medical exemption. So all immunizations are required. Should a student, a family bring in a medical exemption, then we develop a health plan so that should we have an outbreak of any sort on that campus, in that classroom, then we have a plan for that student to have them stay home or to mitigate the situation so that they don't become ill.
So, Ms. Cabello, I do understand the MD aspect of it, but is there any other medical professional that would be legally sufficient under these circumstances? For example, a DO.
No, we only accept the exemption from an MD.
Very well. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, 6.01C. First reading of revised board policy 5144.1, suspension and expulsion due process. Mr. Kwok.
Thank you, Mr. Duarte. Very well foresight on your part. So my question, I have a number of questions on this. I think it's a good policy, and I presume it begins that this is a CSBA model policy, right? I guess Ms. Cabello would have to be on for this.
We're bringing her back right now, but yes, it is based on.
It says it on the agenda item.
Okay, so in that regard, then, because I've seen situations where a principal would, I'm not saying in our school district, by the way, very clearly, but what happens, we must have a protocol that when we begin the process is that there is some sort of hearing involved, right? And that you're not going to be in a situation where you summarily suspend someone with no hearing or just a conversation with the student, correct?
That would depend. We do the hearing, a formal hearing at the district level if the student is going to be referred or there's a recommendation for expulsion. So once we meet with the family, there's a whole process prior to even getting to that point. If you're talking about a suspension at the school site, then what would happen is there has to be a clear investigation and there has to be a gradual increase of support, not only interventions and support for the student, but other means of corrections that have been put in place before you choose the option of a suspension. So if we can't get to the desired behavior after providing the supports for the student, and this is all at the site level, then the principal, the administrator would then explore the option of suspension. We do get these, we do consultations from the district office. I have administrators who will call, and then we talk about the case and situation to make sure that we are able to, if the action does warrant a suspension or not, but that's usually not the very first action, especially on a first offense. And we also have to take a look at the age of the student.
Of course, and suspension. I'm not talking about expulsion at this point. Suspension is really one of last resort, not first resort.
That is correct.
All right, and then so what kind of investigation goes into that determination to suspend or not?
Well, we would have to mitigate the situation to make sure everybody is safe. Number one, we would definitely have a teacher conference. Allow the teacher to give their side of the story of what's happening. We would definitely ask for the student to account for what their, what their opinion is of what happened, and see if they're do basically an investigation to see if we could have rectified that situation with in another way. So there's definitely that level of investigation at the school site. We would probably, it's very likely students say, well, so-and-so was there and so-and-so was there. We look for other student witnesses as well, and other teacher and employee witnesses as well. So then we take that all together, and then the determination is made if the action warrants a suspension.
Yeah, but the parent is also involved, right? You get in the parent and say, this is the situation, right?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And it's one situation if a teacher is a precipient witness, but it's a different situation if a teacher or staff person is not, and it's another student then that makes the allegation, right?
Absolutely. So we wouldn't do the suspension. You call the parent once you get enough information, and this is the gray area, right? When we get a parent that says, well, you should have called me right away. And I've had this conversation many times. It's a professional judgment on behalf of the administration, because if you call the parent right away and you have no information, they say you didn't have enough information. If you call too late, then it says you should have called me sooner. So this is where it's very important for an administration and teachers to have that relationship with our families and our students. We usually will know usually not the very first action, especially on a first offense. And we also have to take a look at the age of the student.
Of course. And suspension, I'm not talking about expulsion at this point. Suspension is really one of last resort, not first resort.
That is correct.
All right. And then, so what kind of investigation goes into that determination to suspend or not?
Well, we would have to mitigate the situation to make sure everybody is safe, number one. We would definitely have a teacher conference, allow the teacher to give their side of the story of what's happening. We would definitely ask for the student to account for what their, what their opinion is of what happened, and see if they're do basically an investigation to see if we could have rectified that situation with in another way. So there's definitely that level of investigation at the school site. We would probably, it's very likely students say, well, so-and-so was there and so-and-so was there. We look for other student witnesses as well, and other teacher and employee witnesses as well. So then we take that all together, and then the determination is made if the action warrants a suspension.
Yeah, but the parent is also involved, right? You get in the parent and say, this is the situation, right?
Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
And
uh, 7.01A, approve and or ratify current year expenditures and purchase orders for the period ending in June 30th, 2020 for the various accounting funds for Measure BB bond projects. Do I have a motion?
Kwok moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
Second, De La Torre.
Second by Mr. Delatorre. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 7.01B, approve participation in piggyback allowed contract to be used for purchases for Measure BB bond projects or Lightspeed Technologies, Inc. to be used for purchases for the 2020-2021 school year. Do you have a motion?
Kwok moves.
Medrano makes the motion.
So I have a motion by Mr. Kwok, a second by Mr. Medrano. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre,
Second.
Side, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. So this is going to be consistent with everything that we've done for a number of years with restorative justice, with youth court, right?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. I know that the district has done a really good job on there. I will once again plug, we need teen court.
Yes.
I'd like to see teen court come into play, right?
Yes.
Because that's when it's really, really a big deal, because then somebody has been actually arrested and charged with a misdemeanor.
Absolutely.
The other
yeah.
part
I mean,
about this, yes. Go ahead, Ms. Cabello.
No, I said we've been trying. We've been calling LA Superior Courts, trying to get some information on that. And now then we got hit with the springtime. So we're with the situation we're in. So we are still exploring that option, Mr. Kwok.
I can help on that. I remember speaking with a lawyer. You kind of need a lawyer, a supervisor, and I remember speaking to somebody in another bar association. So I can help you on that.
Yeah.
The other part that I really
lawyer, Mr. Kwok?
yes, maybe.
Okay.
But the other part that I really like about this, that is the
The
emphasis.
jury's still
is-
out on that one.
Thank you, Mr. Duarte. Thank you. What I was going to say is what I really appreciate about this is even if there's a suspension, which of course we'll do everything we can for that not be the first resort, but the last resort. I like the piece where we still care enough about the child to continue to provide them instruction even during this difficult time, correct?
Absolutely. And providing that instruction actually is a must. When we do a technical piece of a suspension is in Aries, you have to indicate whether you're providing instructional support. And we are defaulting that to a yes. Whether they're on campus, whether it's an in-house suspension or an off-site suspension, that student we must provide instructional support to them. It's not an option.
And just as a specific example, it's not what we do to contact law enforcement as the first step in order to interrogate any of our kids, right?
That is correct. We do not do that. We do not advocate for that.
Nor should we.
Nor should we. Nor should we. Absolutely. 100%.
We've come a long way as a school district. Thank you for your leadership in this area. I turn it back over to our esteemed president, who knows a good lawyer when he sees one, Mr. Duarte.
Thank you very much.
Still waiting to see one. All right. Any other discussion? All right, moving on. 7 administrative items, 7.01 bond project, 7.01A, approve and or ratify current year expenditures and purchase orders for the period ending in June 30th, 2020 for the various accounting funds for Measure BB bond projects. Do I have a motion?
Kwok moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
Second. Delatorre.
Second by Mr. Delatorre. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. Delatorre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 7.01B, approve participation in piggyback allowed contract to be used for purchases for Measure BB bond projects or Lightspeed Technologies, Inc. to be used for purchases for the 2020-2021 school year. Do you have a motion?
Kwok moves.
Medrano makes the motion.
So I have a motion by Mr. Kwok, a second by Mr. Medrano. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Yes.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. This is a long one. 7.01C, approved to advertise for bids for low voltage cabling services, portable site work, painting services, landscaping and irrigation services, playground equipment and shade shelter installation services, tree trimming, school entry and security installations, roofing services, asphalt services, concrete services, asbestos abatement services, HVAC and electrical services, flooring installation, fencing, construction services, and disposal services for Measure BB bond projects at various district sites for the 2020-2021 school year on an as-needed basis. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Motion by
Joseph
Dr.
Chen, make a
Chang.
motion.
Dr. Chang made the motion. Is there a second?
Clock seconds.
Mr. Kwok, second. Roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.02 Board of Education, none. 7.03 Instruction. 7.03A. Approve Hacienda La Puerta Unified School District distance learning minimum instructional minutes due to the COVID-19 pandemic for August 5th through December 18, 2020. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Del Torre. Is there a second?
I second.
Second by Dr. Chung. Any discussion? Any discussion? So I do have a question. So this is the minimum that the state required in SB 98, correct? Dr. Jimenez?
Yes, well, President, that is correct. This is the minimum requirement as outlined in the Senate Bill 98 and codified it in the Ed Code. And so we believe by establishing some of these minutes throughout the week, it allows for staff also to have time to do the IEPs, to do additional interventions, even beyond the instructional minutes, which are minimums here, as the teacher work days is longer than the minimum instructional minutes for students.
So what are the instructional, do you know the instructional minutes right now and for in-person?
Dr. Fancher, do you happen to have that handy somewhere?
I don't know the exact, I have to do some quick math. If you did about 50 times 6, so it's about another 120 minutes of that because it's about 6 hours, not quite. And I apologize that I don't have that number off the top of my head, but so it's about 2 hours less than what they would typically have each day.
So this is just the minimum.
Yeah.
So this is just the minimum. There could be something else. Because I know we're in negotiations with the teachers about instructional minutes and coming up with a plan. But this is the base minimum. It could be more than this, correct?
Yeah, this is really, as I understand it, and the intention is that it's permissive to do, because I think part of the concern, especially if you're in distance learning, that as many of us have learned, sitting on Zoom for 6 hours can be, especially if you're a high school student, you have 6 classes and you're sitting on Zoom for 6 hours, it can be, a little daunting. So I think this gives some flexibility. Also knowing that teachers, none of us have been through this before, and it will take additional planning. It will take additional work, as someone mentioned earlier, to work on their pedagogy. And we understand that. And so we want the teachers to have that time to hone their craft, work together. And that's why in the recommendation, we have put that those afternoons could be used for intervention and support, but also time for them to work together as professionals and to learn deeper going into Canvas and Zoom and all the online platforms that they have. So I believe that's the intention, to help give some space and time for people to learn and grow through this. And then students, though, but they can still be working in the afternoon. They can be working on research projects, things they're interested in, passion projects that, come into school. So a lot of different opportunities that could happen.
And I think that's important to mention, because for our teachers, this is a whole new way to teach, and they're learning as they go. And from what I understand, it's so much more work
to
figure out how to teach on Zoom or distance learning, not just Zoom, just distance learning is so difficult, and we need that leeway. But also we've had a 9-hour school board meeting not too long ago, and how difficult that is to sit here in a Zoom meeting for 9 hours. And I can't imagine our teachers or our students sitting there for 6 hours. So, this is a minimum. I know we're working it out. What's best for kids is, at the end of the day, that's what we have to think about. What is best for kids? And having them 6 hours in front of a computer on Zoom is not what's best for kids, but we need to work with our Teachers Association to figure out, at the end of the day, what is best for kids and their instructional time. So, this is a base minimum. I know we're working on it, but as we work on that, we have to think about what is best for our kids and their instruction.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Yes. And I was looking at E, and I'm thinking of the high schoolers right now. And I know we were working with Rio Hondo and Mount Sac. Will they continue to provide classes, that are available for high schoolers, like dual enrollment, that also they get credit for their high school, but also they get college credit?
So we've had, in fact, that just came up in the last couple of days. With everything going on, the enrollment we haven't met the required enrollment for some of the classes for our dual enrollment classes. So some of the schools are opting to wait until winter, because it is going to be all distance learning as well for Mount Sac. So we will have a few classes go forward. But fortunately, Mount Sac, they're understanding that this is difficult times. And so we're going to come back around to it for those schools and see if we can get the enrollment up. One of them is sign language, and they just felt like, it might be too difficult for them to do without the teacher there. And so yes, we are still having those classes, but not to the extent that we had hoped for this coming year.
Okay, thank you.
So Dr. Fancher, I just want to ask you a foundational question. So as I reviewed this and was trying to put this into my mind, and I'm still trying to recover from that 9-hour Zoom meeting, actually. And so my question is, I have to presume that we have been engaging the teachers throughout this entire process as we go down this road in terms of everything, including this particular item in terms of instructional minutes.
As part of our HLP LMT, of which you have joined us on many conferences when we were able to go to those, yes, we have had many robust conversations. And I do want to say that, my interactions with not just the teachers on the HLP LMT team, but on the other ad hoc committees we've had, they're very concerned and want to do what is best for students. And I think that's where a lot of their concern comes from, because they're professionals and they want to get it right the first time around, and they know it's important. So absolutely, we've had rigorous conversations, and it's always about how can we best support our students.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further questions? No, I do want to say one thing about this, about what SB 98 does is, I know it's important because we heard it from our parents that, what the emergency learning we went to wasn't enough. And we all acknowledge it wasn't. If it was an emergency, we did as best we can. But students really need daily interaction with their teachers, however that looks. Daily interaction. They expect that of us as a district, as a board, as a superintendent, and we need that daily interaction with our students. So, I'm glad to see that also in here because that's important to our parents.
We hear you loud and clear, and we agree it will be a part of whatever we put forward. Now that we have this approved, it helps us to guide our scheduling, a little bit better since we know that this is going to be allowable.
Thank you.
The last thing I want.
Well, if you
the last
vote
thing
for it,
I-
I'm sorry, you haven't voted yet. I apologize.
The last thing I want to mention is we have parents that are very, very participatory and involved. So they have to be part of this. And in many ways, nobody knows our parents better than our teachers. So just keep that in mind as we go forward. And I don't expect perfection at the beginning. Nobody can. But as we go forward, and as long as we all pull together in the same direction, then we will do what's best for our kids under these trying times.
Yes. Yeah, we are all learning together. I believe that people are doing their best, and we know there's anxiety and fears. That was the first time I gave a Pledge of Allegiance on Zoom, and I was worried I was going to forget the words. And so we know how stressful these simple acts that are so routine can become in a different environment. And so we are here to support our teachers. We respect them. We admire them. They bring a lot of accolades to our district, and we will continue to support all the educational process and our staff.
Thank you, Dr. Fancher. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.04 Human Resources. 7.40A. Approve the declaration of need for fully qualified educators for the Commission on Teacher Credentialing requirement for emergency permits. Do you have a motion?
Kwok moves.
Second, De La Torre.
Motion by Mr. Kwok, a second by Mr. Del Torre. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Yes.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.05 Business and Operations. 7.05A. Approve resolution of the governing board of the Hacienda La Puerta Unified School District approving assignment of delinquent tax receivables to the California Statewide Delinquent Tax Finance Authority for the fiscal years ending June 30th, 2020, 2021, and 2022, and authorizing execution and delivery of related documents and actions. Is there a motion?
Kwok moves.
Medrano seconds.
Motion by Mr. Kwok, second by Mr. Giordano. Any discussion? Seeing none, a roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte, Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries. Nancy,
yes,
you had a question?
no,
Okay. Motion carries 5-0. 7.06 Contracts and Agreements, none. 7.07 deleted. 8 Board Comments. Board, remember, we still have to go to closed session. And also the Dodgers are playing, so please keep your comments concise because we all want to get back to baseball and Dodgers. So we'll start off with Mr. Medrano.
Thank you, President Duarte. I got nothing tonight to honor your request about Dodger baseball. So I'll pass along my time to Mr. De La Torre.
Thank you. Go Dodgers. Mr. Del Torre.
Yes, good evening, everyone. I hope that everyone's doing well, staying safe. During these times that we're living currently, I would like to see ethnic studies in our district. I know maybe not this school year because I know we would have to make sure we have the right staff and the curriculum, but I would like to see it with our district. I think it's very important. Also, I wish you all a wonderful new school year. I want to thank all of our HLP USD family. I seriously, sincerely, I thank you for the amount of time that you're putting on out of your own. I know as educators, it's in our blood. And sometimes we're constantly looking for better ideas, how we can better meet the needs of all of our students. And I really appreciate that. And I know that there are going to be changes, but I know that by working together and supporting each other, I know we will have a successful year. And I have no doubt. We are HLP USD strong, and we will do this. We will do this. I truly have faith. And also, go Dodgers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vittori, for that. Mr. Kwok.
Thank you, President Duarte. I'm going to take Mr. Medrano's time as well. So I want to welcome again Dr. Alfonso Jimenez. And technically, Dr. Jimenez, this is actually your second meeting, so I know you're a well-seasoned pro by this point. And as a board member for CSBA, the California School Board Association, they have taken a leading role in addressing the issues and challenges that we face. And they have a number of publications. I will forward them to our district office so we can go ahead and be that. Ms. Shauna Adams had alluded to that, and every time I hear from Shauna Adams, I'm always pleased that to do so. I also wanted just to mention, as a member of the board for CIF, they have delayed the start of their seasons to either December or January, and that's going to cause a reverberation, especially for our student athletes through our school district. So let's keep that in mind. I was I found the comments by the HLPTA president, Billy Joe Wright, both moving and persuasive. And it raises a number of issues. And it to me, as he was talking, a number of questions came to my mind. They include, are we committed to the spirit that underlines interest-based bargaining in terms of employee inclusiveness and mutuality? Are we committed to the spirit that infuses the foundation of HLP LMT, the labor management team? Are we truly a team engaged and empowered? Do we value collaboration with our employees who are committed to the education of our kids in this unprecedented time in a world and state racked by uncertainty because of a worldwide pandemic? Do we just say the right things, or are actions something altogether different and discordant? Are we prepared for the most trying times in the history of public education? As we embark on an entirely new learning model, an entirely new paradigm, are we doing everything we possibly can to establish the educational foundation for our kids, which would include professional development, training, continuing support? Are we fully prepared for instruction in this new age? Are we objectively and demonstrably ready for our students and families? Will we be able to provide the best distance learning experience, as Dr. Jimenez articulated during his presentation tonight? Will it be transformational, as Dr. Fancher has expressed tonight? Will we do the right thing for our kids in public education? Can we look ourselves every day in the mirror and say that our actions are consistent with our words with entire fidelity? These are the questions that come to mind. I'll be following this very, very closely. I obviously care deeply for this school district, a school district that educated me in elementary, middle, and high school, and whose only child has gone through this entire district, who's never received any other instruction outside of the school district. We must rise up to the challenge. We must work collectively and collaboratively with our teachers and our employees and administrators. They are crying out that they need help with respect to the new platform and Canvas and so forth, and we must provide it to them. I find what they say moving and persuasive, as I said before, because you can see that their heart is where everything is. They want to do what's best. They wouldn't be raising these issues if they were not true issues that they want to take care of. We must do this, and we must do it also with our parents who care deeply, and our shared decision making, and our school site council. Whatever we do with Zoom and so forth, I like to see that continue as well as our PTAs and PTOs. I have confidence that we can go ahead and rise to the challenge, but it's no guarantee. We must do this together. And To our kids and parents, welcome back to school as we embark on another chapter of this school district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. Dr. Chang.
Well, and I agree with Mr. De La Torres. I think we work together, we support each other, and this kind of difficult situation, we appreciate everybody's effort, and we all help each other, and I believe we will have a successful year ahead of us. And as far as this, the state funding, we haven't heard anything yet, have we? I guess not. And it doesn't look very good either. And another one is, I saw our Governor Newsom issued these guidelines for opening the school. I almost faint. I think this person does not know what it takes to meet his requirement. And that's unfortunately, those politicians, they make a decision, it's a non-technical, it's purely based on the word of mouth hearsays and depend on what people they contact. So he opened the state, and now he has closed the state, and the California becomes the most casualties in the whole country. So this is a very difficult time. So when we accepted those or take these directions or guidelines, we should tell the governor immediately, you know how much it will cost. So according to what I can see, what's ahead of us, within a year, there's no way we can open the school, because according to his guideline, we don't have money, we don't have funding to provide so many experts in the school side. Like each school has to have this risk assessment, have a guy in charge of the health and so many other things. I don't think we have that one. So it is very difficult to meet his requirement to open the school. And so in the near future, I think we don't have that chance to convert back to the face-to-face instruction. And after that one, I want to say, take a vacation. Only a few days left, as much as you can, because we have so many things needed to do, and we're going to have a very, very busy semester or year. And by the way, another one I want to mention about is this Canvas platform is a very sophisticated, very complicated one. But once you can get used of it, and then it becomes a very powerful tool. So what I did in this Cal State Fullerton, Fullerton College, and they have the training, the Canvas training throughout the whole year. So every week there's a Zoom meet conference, and to help teachers and all staff, whoever have a question, who want to review or who want to discuss any Canvas issues, and they can use that professional development time to get the information they need. Okay, thank you very much, and I hope everybody have a nice summer, and we are ready back to work after next week.
Thank you, Dr. Chung. So I'm happy, I'm excited, I'm scared, I have anxiety, just like our teachers, just like our parents, just like our students, on what's going to happen come August 5th. And it is definitely all those things as we go back to school. And I agree wholeheartedly with Mr. Kwok. We have to work with all three unions and also our parents. And we need way more training for our associations and for our parents, what education is going to look like come August 5th, it's nothing like it's ever looked like. And it's our job as a district to make sure we train our staff, we train our parents, we train our students so they can get the best education possible from Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. And I push that to our administration to make sure that happens. And we can only do that when we work with our Teachers Association, when we work with SCIU, when we work with CSEA, because we also have to make sure that our staff feels safe, that they get to go back to work, those who are going back to work in person. So it's important that we work with our associations and our parents. There's so much that's going on right now. And we have to take that. We want to keep the happiness and excitement, but take away the scared and anxiety and all that other stuff out of the situation. So our kids can just sit down and learn. And that should be our priority from now until August 5th, but even after that, because we know we're gonna have a learning curve when school starts. We have to understand that there's gonna be a learning curve. So we have to work with our employees, our parents, and our students to make sure we provide the best education that Hacienda La Puente Unified can provide. And I also want to thank Mr. Del Torre for bringing up ethnic studies. I've been a big proponent of bringing ethnic studies into our school district. I'm a big proponent of making sure it actually happens statewide. I know there's been many state bills and it's not passed yet. I want to see that happen in our school district, and I know we're going to get there. So, you know, that's one thing I'll challenge Dr. Jimenez in doing. It doesn't have to be next year. It's obviously not going to be this year. It doesn't have to be 2 or 3 years from now, but we need to get to that place where ethnic studies is mandatory. It's not okay just to have it for a lesson or an hour in history or whatever other class there is that you plug that in. No, it needs to be a requirement for graduation, and we need that. We have so much racial divide in our school district. We need to understand each other's history, each other's backgrounds, and how we can live cohesively as a community. And we need to really heal the racial divide we have in our district. So I think ethnic studies is the way to do that. And I hope we can get there for that. I know a lot of people, so we are going to go to recess from public session to closed session. A lot of people like to stay on and listen in. There will be no action. I will tell you that right now. So you don't have to stay on for the next 20, 30 hour minutes, you know, however long it's take. There's no action. So if you need to leave, we understand. I just want to let you know, you can go if you have to. There will be no action. And then also reiterating Mr. Del Torre, go Dodgers. And we will now recess from public session and go into closed meeting. So thank you.
to say this particular student is unable to take or have immunizations, say for example, they are immune compromised, or if they have some medical condition that won't allow them to have that. So it's a lot more difficult now to get that medical exemption. So all immunizations are required. Should a student, a family bring in a medical exemption, then we develop a health plan so that should we have an outbreak of any sort on that campus in that classroom, then we have a plan for that student to have them stay home or to mitigate the situation so that they don't become ill.
So, Ms. Cabello, I do understand the MD aspect of it, but is there any other medical professional that would be legally sufficient under these circumstances? For example, a DO.
No, we only accept the exemption from an MD.
Very well. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other discussion? Any other discussion? Seeing none, 6.01C. First reading of revised board policy 5144.1, suspension and expulsion due process. Mr. Kwok.
Thank you, Mr. Duarte. Very well foresight on your part. So my question, I have a number of questions on this. I think it's a good policy. And I presume it begins that this is a CSBA model policy, right? I guess Ms. Cabello would have to be on for this.
We're bringing her back right now, but yes, it is based on.
It says it here on the agenda item.
Okay, so in that regard, then, because I've seen situations where a principal would, I'm not saying in our school district, by the way, very clearly, but what happens, we must have a protocol that when we begin the process is that there is some sort of hearing involved, right? And that you're not going to be in a situation where you summarily suspend someone with no hearing or just a conversation with the student, correct?
That would depend. We do the hearing, a formal hearing at the district level if the student is going to be referred or if there's a recommendation for expulsion. So once we meet with the family, there's a whole process prior to even getting to that point. If you're talking about a suspension at the school site, then what would happen is there has to be a clear investigation and there has to be a gradual increase of support, not only interventions and support for the student, but other means of corrections that have been put in place before you choose the option of a suspension. So if we can't get to the desired behavior after providing the supports for the student, and this is all at the site level, then the principal, the administrator would then explore the option of suspension. We do get these, we do consultations from the district office. I have administrators who will call, and then we talk about the case and situation to make sure that we are able to, if the action does warrant a suspension or not, but that's usually not the very first action, especially on a first offense. And we also have to take a look at the age of the student.
Of course, and suspension. I'm not talking about expulsion at this point. Suspension is really one of last resort, not first resort.
That is correct.
All right, and then so what kind of investigation goes into that determination to suspend or not?
To mitigate this, their opinion is of what happened, and see if they're do basically an investigation to see if we could have rectified that situation with another.
That's what I have to do. I have to basically hang on until she tells me she's done broadcasting. Then I put the video away. And basically, the process to put the video away is you go back to YouTube Studios, you go to the recording. In the recording, it's either public or private. You just change it to private, and then you log out. And that way they can't search on it, they can't do anything. But unless she was to close it down right now and say that the meeting's over, I don't think so. I think she's gonna come, I think they're gonna come back to adjourn the meeting. If they would have adjourned the meeting right now and went to closed session, I don't think that's possible. I don't think that we can do that. So I can't shut down the streaming until you know there is. Yeah, like right now there's 172 watching. 40 people.
Yeah, man.
All right, we have enough board members to be here. So we are reconvening the public meeting. And can I have a motion to end the public meeting?
Clock moves.
Mark Medrano seconds.
All right, motion second. Roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre, Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte.
Aye, motion carries 4-0. We are adjourned.
Bye.